Hey, good afternoon, everybody. It's Steve Lookner. We are back for more live coverage. I do apologize. We had have been having a little technical difficulties with some software today. So I hope we don't have any more difficulties. I don't know why it's happening today, but there's some new developments, so I want to come on the air. And again, let's fingers crossed that everything works. But we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. And also, I guess viewers have told me that like CNN and Fox had claimed that there was some Secret Service briefing coming up at 4:30, but I have yet to see any kind of official announcement of it anywhere. So I don't even know if that's happening. I have no idea if that's actually happening. So we'll have to see on that. Again, I have not seen any kind of official announcement about that. I didn't see any announcement from the Secret Service about it. So if you're aware of like an official announcement about it, let me know. And I like Reuters hasn't posted anything about it. Oh, I think I have video of a Trump vigil. There's a vigil going on, a prayer vigil in Milwaukee. Let's see what this is. Oops.
His hand in a particular direction actually saved his life. So we are thankful to God for that. Joshua 1:9 says, "Have I not commanded you, be strong and courageous? And do not be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go." Joshua was going into a new land, into a new situation, and God told him to be strong and courageous. And he promised Joshua, meaning God promised Joshua that he would be with him. I believe the Lord Almighty was with Donald Trump yesterday. God's hedge of protection was around him as we have prayed for him many, many times before. And President Trump showed the strength and courage under fire. Did y'all see that yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
We too need.
This is some sort of prayer vigil in Milwaukee being held by Trump supporters. And they just lost their video. So I want to show you that for a minute. Well, maybe we can go back to that. But anyways, I'll keep an eye on that. I think they lost their video signal. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to find out if there really is a Secret Service briefing. It's very confusing. So again, I have yet to see an official announcement about a Secret Service briefing. So we'll have to see what happens on that. And I've been looking around to try to find something on it. What is this? Yeah, some of our viewers are saying it's a secret briefing. So if I hear anything more, I'll let you know. I've been looking for like 20 minutes to try to find any sort of like official announcement. Okay, hang on a moment here. Let me pull something else up here. Give me 2 seconds. Then I'm going to tell you another update that I saw. Just getting something loaded up here so I can keep an eye on it. Thanks for your patience. Okay. Good. We got that done. We got that done. Oops. Now what's happening? Oh. Kay sent me, C-SPAN had posted something about it. C-SPAN is saying it's going to be 4:30. Well, I'll try to get you at least audio of the briefing. I should have at least audio of the Secret Service briefing. I don't know that I'll have video of it, but I should have at least audio of it. All right, I want to tell you about this report that came out from a couple different outlets that a local officer was like face to face with the gunman. Like AP has a report, local officer encountered gunman just before he shot toward Trump. Sources tell AP. AP reports a local police officer climbed to the roof and encountered the shooter, who pointed his rifle at the officer. The officer retreated down the ladder, and the shooter took a shot towards Trump. And I think, another report said that officer was like maybe not have a weapon with him or something. Let me see the other one. There was another report about that. The Washington Post had a report about that. Hang on. Let me find this here. Trying to find the original report. CNN said that the Washington Post said that the Butler County Sheriff told the Post that an officer responded to reports of a suspicious person, couldn't find him, then climbed up the roof, and then the gunman saw the officer when he looked up on the roof, and the officer let go because he didn't want to get killed, and then the gunman started firing. That's the story that... I'm going to try to find the original Washington Post version, but CNN said that's what the Washington Post reported. Yeah, I have the Washington Post said that the local officer from Butler Township pulled himself up just so he could see on the roof. And when he pulled himself up to look over the roof, at that point the gunman aimed at him and he let go. And the sheriff said that the officer did not have a gun in his hand, so dropped back to the ground. Hold on a second here. Renee McGee says, why inspect without a gun or ready to take action? That I don't know. I don't know. I mean, again, the CNN, one of the versions I just read you was that he had been told about a suspicious person. He looked on the ground. He didn't see anybody. He figured he'd try the roof. And then when he peered up there, the gunman pointed the gun at him. That's at least the story. So again, I'm still looking here. It's confusing. So, oh, hold on. Trump, by the way, is flying today to Milwaukee from Newark. Again, there's reporting suggesting that there's going to be a Secret Service briefing maybe soon, but it's weird, like, when I look at like Fox News right now or CNN right now, they don't have it on the screen. It's not on the Secret Service social media. If I go to Reuters, where they normally will have something listed as a video event, even if I can't show it to you, it's not listed there. So I don't know if that's happening. That might have been bad information. I just don't know. But again, I'm not seeing what I would normally see if it was really happening. So I'm confused about this. I would think if it was really happening, it would be plastered all over these news channels. I mean, wouldn't Fox News and CNN have a big box that says, coming up in 10 minutes, the Secret Service briefing? And I just don't see it anywhere. Now, Coberco says, I don't think it's like a public briefing. There could be a thing where they talk to a few reporters privately. That could happen. So I just don't know. Mira says, I heard an hour ago it was supposed to be at 4:30. Yeah, I mean, I guess a couple news networks reported it, but as of right now, I'm not seeing confirmation. So I'll keep my eyes out. Hey, I wanted to mention something else to you. So, I pay for footage from Reuters. And the currently Reuters is saying, you can see here it says Biden to speak from Oval Office about Trump shooting at ET, right? That's tonight. But Reuters is saying that now they took it down. So I'm going to have to repost my thing. So Reuters had posted that they expected, this was up there for like an hour, that they were expecting this was going to be a pre-taped thing. But now they took that down. So I'm going to delete, I think I'm going to delete that post because Reuters had it up that they expected that this speech from Biden was going to be pre-taped, pre-recorded. But now when I go to the event, it doesn't say that anymore. So maybe it got changed. So I'm going to delete that post and say, Reuters had a report that the earlier that they expected the Biden Oval Office speech tonight would be pre-recorded. However, would be taped in advance. However, they have now removed that report. So I have deleted my previous previous post, which mentioned that report. Reuters had posted earlier a report that the Biden Oval Office speech tonight would be taped in advance. However, they have now removed that report, so I have deleted my previous post which mentioned that report. All right, well, this happens. All right. Anyways, so in case anybody was following me on X, and they saw my post that said Reuters, my post said something like, Reuters says the Biden address will be taped in advance. They literally had posted that. But that note has now been removed. So maybe it's going to be live after all. All I can do is pass along what I'm seeing and tell you where I'm getting it. He spoke earlier today for about 4 minutes, so it's going to be a more full speech tonight. It's 4:24. I am seeing nothing anywhere. Like I'm looking at Fox News, I'm looking at CNN. There's nothing about a Secret Service briefing on their screen. I don't know, again, there were some reports claiming that a Secret Service briefing was going to happen at 4:30, and I guess C-SPAN had something posted about a Secret Service briefing happening at 4:30. I'm not seeing any sign of it right now. Oh, did Fox have the headline earlier? Hold on, let me rewind it. I'm going to look. I got to rewind the Fox stream and see what I see. I'm looking at Fox. Oh, okay. Hey, Kay messaged me. Kay says on CNN, Wolf Blitzer said that the briefing would be within the hour. So there may be a Secret Service briefing. Thanks, Kay. Kay said she saw Wolf Blitzer on CNN say it would be within the hour. C-SPAN tweeted out a link. Yeah, I can't steal stuff, so a video. So again, I should have audio for you, but I can't steal the C-SPAN video. It is weird, Reuters doesn't even have an event posted for it. Oh, hold on. Yeah, you know what's, I will have audio for you. I will have audio, but I will have audio for you. This briefing is happening. All right. So I can tell you that a Secret Service briefing is happening because I can see the place where it's going to happen. Coming up shortly, Secret Service briefing on Trump shooting. Okay. That is happening. It is happening. I can confirm it's happening. I wonder if the Secret Service might broadcast it. Again, I will have at least audio for you. Nope. You cannot steal C-SPAN video. It doesn't work that way. You can't just steal C-SPAN video and run it on your own channel. Then you could just sit there and have your own C-SPAN all day. Literally says on the C-SPAN site, simultaneous streaming is not allowed. Literally says it on the site. Give me a moment here. All right, and people are like, everybody else does it? Well, then go watch another channel. No one's keeping you here. If you want to go watch somebody else doing it, go watch it. Stop nagging me about it. Just stop nagging me about it. No one's forcing you to watch the channel. I don't steal stuff. I wonder if they'll post it. Hold on a second. They might show it. The Secret Service, I think the Secret Service is going to show it. The Secret Service might show it. We'll see. I don't know, but you know what they do? They sometimes record stuff and then show it. Because I can see they've posted briefings. I don't know if they'll go live with it, though. I'm going to check. I'll see. You know what's great? It's so cool that we have all of these copyright lawyers. I did not realize we had so many intellectual property and copyright lawyers who watch the channel. Welcome to all of the lawyers who specialize in intellectual property and copyright who are in the chat room. I really appreciate you watching the channel. Thank you for, I didn't know so many of you watch the channel. That's really cool. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Oh, Trump is going to the airport now, by the way. Hey, a quick thanks to Louis R. says, hopefully these IP lawyers don't send a bill. That's very generous of you, Louis R. Thanks, Louis R., for your support. Also, Marcus Tullius Cicero, PZ Papazulu, Camus, thank you, Camus83489, Gabriel Moro, Hypno Llama, thank you. And also, I owe a thank you to Grande Robo, Poo and Lou over there on Twitch, Paper City Gamer, Half Price Buddha. I'm way behind on Twitch. Gen Junkie, Smelly Cat, A Moment of Lovely, Jackson 22, thank you. Wall Street, thank you. All right, hang on a second here. I'm trying to get set up here. Again, I will, the Secret Service briefing is going to be soon. I will have at least audio for you, but we may not have video. It's also possible I'll have video after it. Sorry, I'm just keeping an eye out. I'm really doing my best to try to see if if the Secret Service is posting a stream of their briefing anywhere. We are waiting for a briefing from the Secret Service that I am planning on at least having audio for. Hang on a second. Why am I hearing? Oh, that's not. I don't want to hear that. Okay. We should have at least audio for you of the briefing. You reach out to them. Give me one moment here. Yeah, so I just have my eyes on this. We're going to have audio for you of this briefing. Give me one moment here. How can I do this the best way? What's the best way for me to do this? What is the best way for me to do this? Let me do this real quick. Sorry, guys. Hang tight for a second. Give me one moment. Thanks for your patience here as I do something real quick. Thank you. Is this going to work here? Okay. I'm going to just get this map on the screen just to have it here. And this is where this happened. Where is it here? Right here. Remember, the rally was being held around here, and the shooter was on this building roof here. Again, shortly there will be a Secret Service briefing. We will have audio for you. As of right now, I don't have video. There's a chance I will get video. And I'm looking around just because I don't want to miss the start of it. So we will have audio of the briefing for you at least. I cannot steal video from another news channel. I am not allowed to do it. Then there's some other updates. We'll talk about those after the Secret Service briefing. I don't want to miss the start of that. Thanks, no, yes, well, maybe for your support as well. Thank you. Biden will be speaking at 8 p.m. from the White House. Thank you, the Tawny Fool, for your support. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here today as well. Really appreciate our moderators. I hope we don't even, we had some technical issues earlier today. I hope that doesn't happen again. So I apologize in advance if we have technical issues. I don't know why we were having them. It's like a software issue. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. We'll see. Daily Disclosure, David Green, Good Luck Duck moderating, Hearsay, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Sharon C, and Sharon C54, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body moderating over on Facebook. Thanks so much, Kay. And Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. The X, we're not streaming on X today because there's a bit of an issue there. Oh, hold on a second. I think it's gonna be like 5 minutes for the briefing for the Secret Service briefing. I think. Or maybe they meant 5 p.m. I didn't hear it. Somebody just said something. 5 minutes? I saw somebody hold up a 5. So the X streaming should be fixed hopefully by like tomorrow. There's a whole weird thing going on there. And thanks to our YouTube mods as well. Ruth Krafasi, thanks so much, Ruth, for modding there. I appreciate that. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, Crystal Vines, for your support too. And Craiga, and Marcus Tullia Cicero, and Eamon O'Leary, thank you. All right. So did they say 5 minutes? I saw somebody hold up a 5 at the briefing there. So I'm not giving you any other updates right now. I'm not reading comments. We're just waiting for the briefing to start from the Secret Service. We'll see what they have to say about this. Obviously, questions as to how this person was able to get up on a building with a clear line of sight towards about 450 feet away from where Trump was speaking and start shooting at Trump and get off several shots before being engaged by law enforcement. And the Secret Service is in charge of the security for the event. All right. And thanks, Chaz, for your support as well. So just any moment now, the Secret Service is supposed to give an update. We will listen to it. If I somehow get video, I'll certainly show it. I don't have video for everything. I show it when I have it. I wish I had it for everything. Hang on one second here. All right. Again, we're any moment now. This Reuters, not Reuters. This Secret Service briefing is supposed to start. Okay, and we will at least have audio for you of that. It has not started yet, but that is what I am waiting for. There's nobody speaking there yet. There's nobody at the podium. It is not happening yet. Waiting for it to start. Scott MacFarlane from CBS reports that the shooter's family is cooperating with investigators. So again, waiting. We will have audio of the Secret Service briefing for you. They didn't actually give an update on. I apologize. I had believed, and from what I understood, it was going to be some sort of update on the Trump shooting, on the rally shooting, and they wouldn't talk about they wouldn't answer questions. No, they wouldn't talk about it, and they wouldn't answer questions about what happened yesterday. It was all about the RNC. how you would come out and do a briefing today when you didn't show up at the briefing last night, right? And the FBI said a lot of the questions last night, the people at the briefing last night, including the FBI, said you're going to have to ask the Secret Service. And when asked if the Secret Service, why weren't they there, the answer given it last night was they something like they weren't available to be here or something. And so they do a briefing, and then they literally won't answer questions about what happened yesterday. So they still haven't made themselves available to answer questions. And again, Secret Service is in charge. They are in charge of the security for the rallies. They were in charge yesterday. I'm going to take some comments from you guys. Sean Doe says, another presser that ignores all the elephants in the room. Hood in Pen says, I am so confused, I am over it. Matthew Felty says, no DHS either. I can't remember. Was DHS at the thing last night or not? I don't even remember. But Secret Service is in charge of the security. Shin Chan thinks Secret Service is hiding from this mess. Anyways, hey, sorry, I got to change the headline here. Dr. Dew says there should be repercussions for the Secret Service. And again, it's especially frustrating because last night, a number of the questions that were asked at the press conference last night, the response was, you're going to have to ask the Secret Service. Like they literally couldn't answer the questions. They were directing them to the Secret Service. Rose Barnhill thinks they won't be answering any questions until further notice. Secret Service never or rarely have briefings at secret. Well, I mean, they could have a briefing and just say, we can't answer that. But to just they have no press appearances whatsoever where they talk about it. By the way, the Secret Service, one of our viewers mentioned this, is under the Department of Homeland Security, for whatever that's worth. Wow. So again, I didn't know that they wouldn't be answering any questions about it. Future says, are they hiding details or not ready to release yet? Look, I mean, they could do a briefing and just say, like, I'm sorry, we're investigating that. We don't have that information, right? Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing a briefing. And if you really don't have the information or it's sensitive, you can say, we're doing the investigation. I'm sorry. As soon as we do our investigation, we'll get you an answer to that question. Or you can say, look, I know this might be frustrating for you to hear, but we don't discuss our operational procedures because for security reasons. But there's a difference between doing that and then literally not making any appearances where you don't discuss it at all for the public. All right, now I have to get into something here. I have to get into something. Hang on a moment. Hang on a second here. I have to explain something. I'm going to tell you what's going on. So I just want to clarify something. I had to just take care of something. So earlier today, and I said this on the air before, earlier today, Reuters had said that the Oval Office, Reuters has different divisions, but they have they're a news agency that provides content. And the news agency had posted that, as I told you before, the news agency posted that the Oval Office address was going to be a pre-taped address, and they expected it to be recorded. It was listed as a pre-taped address with an explanatory note saying they expected it to be recorded. And I reported on that. And then, right when we came on the air, I told you, I said, and I posted it on my X account. And then later I said, oh, it's gone. That note is gone. They're no longer saying it's a pre-taped event. So then I deleted my original post, and I said, hey, Reuters had originally reported that this was going to be pre-taped. That note is gone, so I'm deleting my post. Then a Reuters reporter claimed it was false and made up. And then somebody from the White House, Andrew Bates, from the White House senior deputy press secretary, called me out. He called me out, the deputy senior press secretary from the White House, claiming I made it up when I didn't make it up. He said, not only is this claim by Lookner absolutely false, but Reuters never even reported it in the first place. No, that's false. That's false. And so I'm going to show you what I posted. That's what I was just dealing with. I said, no, this claim is not absolutely false. It's true. Reuters runs a news service that provides content to media partners. Earlier today, they had their Oval Office speech listed as a pre-taped event with an explanatory note saying they expected it to be recorded in advance. I saw this myself multiple times, and a Reuters reporter confirmed that this happened in correspondence with me as well, which is true. I don't make stuff up. So why it blew up into this big thing, I don't know, but I don't make stuff up. I do not make stuff up. Now, the confusion here comes from, it was not on like the Reuters news page, but it was conveyed to media partners that they had information that it was going to be a pre-taped event and recorded. Okay? So don't tell me I'm making it up. And the other problem is Reuters, instead of Reuters reporters going out there and saying, oh, it's absolutely, it's false, it never happened, what they should be doing is saying publicly what one of them said to me in private, which is that, oh, well, this, basically something to the extent of, well, this division reported it, but like the news reporters didn't report it. So Reuters should come out and they should say, they should say, hey, we had an issue where one of our divisions said it was going to be pre-taped, and we, the news reporters, weren't told that, and now we've cleared it up. That would be nice, rather than everybody blaming me and the White House saying I made it up. I don't make stuff up, though. Got the deputy press secretary calling me out and claiming I made stuff up. And I do have a message from a Reuters reporter, who I will not name, and I'm not going to show the message, but I do have a message from a Reuters reporter confirming that is what happened. Because I messaged them about it, and they messaged me back, and they acknowledged that it happened, and it was like this mix-up thing, where one division said one thing and another division said another thing. So it's fine. I mean, I as soon as they removed the note, there was no need to call me out. As soon as they removed the note, I posted and said they had a report about it earlier. So it could be cleared up. Could be cleared up if they would somebody from Reuters would just say what happened. But I got this Andrew Bates from the White House is publicly calling me out when he's wrong. Now, I should have. I didn't grab, by the way, I didn't grab a screenshot of the original thing, which I should have done, and next time I'll do. But why would I make that up? And again, I do have a message from a Reuters reporter acknowledging that it happened. So I would appreciate Reuters clarifying that rather than everybody blaming me and claiming I made something up, which I didn't. No, I can't show it because they changed it. They updated it. They literally updated it. But again, I have a message from somebody from Reuters acknowledging it. But I don't make stuff up. So I hope Reuters posts something about it. Because I don't need that dude calling me out. Deputy press secretary, the White House. By the way, if you're going to before you call me out, message me. He could have messaged me. He could have just messaged me and said, "Hey, I saw you before I go before I post on international media and call you out. I was just wondering. You said you saw this. Where did you see it?" He could have asked me and I would have told him. But instead, and he literally uses my name in the post. I just saw that like 15 minutes ago. I was like, what's going on here? I wasn't going to make a big deal out of it, but I can't have the deputy press secretary posting lies about me on the internet. I don't make stuff up. Why would I want to make something up? Why would I want to make that up? It's so stupid. Now again, I get the confusion, which is that someone might not know that just because you don't see a Reuters website with the report there might be other places Reuters are saying it's going to happen. But, he should be, that person, for the deputy press secretary should be messaging me then before posting my name and calling me out. I wish I had taken a screenshot of the original report I'd posted right now. But anyways. That's pretty bad, though. I mean, the White House deputy press secretary should know enough to just message me. All you got to do is message me. I'm not hiding. Could have taken 2 minutes. Message me before you post your post, and I'll tell you where I saw it. Now, I don't know where Reuters first heard it. They heard it from somewhere. Somebody heard it from somewhere there. I don't think somebody there made it up. But maybe they just got bad information. That's fine. It happens. And the other person that should have messaged me is the original Reuters reporter who posted, "Oh, we never reported this." They should have messaged me too. Although I don't know if they saw my original post. But somebody should have messaged me and asked me. But that doesn't make me feel great about the White House press office when they're calling me out by name on social media without even messaging me. Nobody even messaged me from the White House. Call me out by name first. Message me first before you call me out by name. Ask me. Well, maybe somebody from Reuters will actually speak up about it and clarify so people aren't all coming after me. Hang on, let me do one other thing here, sorry. It's ridiculous. Just hang on a moment. God, it's literally the White House senior deputy press secretary and deputy assistant to the president. That the person who posted that about me is the senior deputy press secretary and deputy assistant to the president. That's who posted it about me. I got that guy calling me a liar publicly by name, using my name. Then the Reuters reporter, who denied that Reuters ever said anything about this, just posted that disinformation on this website is out of control. Check the source before you retweet. Well, I don't know if that's directed at me, but I would appreciate a clarification from somebody at Reuters posted publicly. Sure they won't. They won't do it, I bet, because they don't want the White House to get mad at them. Anyways, sorry. I don't even know why the White House Deputy Press Secretary is inserting himself into it anyway. What business of it is his? Is it to him? Anyways. Well, I got to keep an eye out. But I'm not holding my breath waiting for Reuters to clarify anything. And I'm not holding my breath waiting for an apology from the White House. Sorry, I know this isn't really relevant to updates on what happened yesterday, but just happened when I was on the air. I had to deal with all this garbage. That's how the deputy senior press secretary, the senior deputy press secretary and deputy assistant to the president, that's how he's spending his day. Calling me out by name and claiming I lied about something, which I didn't, and not even bothering to check with me before doing it. That's how he's spending his day today. Thank you, Louis R., for your support, and Kay Crimlin, and Andrew Schlegel, and Saranya, and Tim King, Hot Pink 90, Sun Red Squirrel. Yeah, they should have contacted me privately. Of course, they could have. I'm not hiding from anybody. And Reuters should be posting something about it now, rather than sitting there in silence. Probably because they don't want the White House to be mad at them for doing it. People make mistakes. Admit your mistake. Bill Bofnick, JVA, thanks for your support. Camus, Joner Games. Thanks so much, Michael Andren, for all the gift memberships. I really appreciate that, Michael. Rob Epley, Jack Willoughby, Ron Delabio, Michael Ryan, Rule, Jan Eric Edvardson, Spiral Doof 78, Boomer Wow, Sean Nini, Casmira Flanagan, Marshmallow, Peppy the Frog, Matthew Garvey, Meow Mang Shanks, Bex Biz, Katie Wright, Rule, thank you, Joni, Just Me, LMC Jazz, sorry I'm behind on the thank yous, Grevin Share, Clean 937, Kelly Tyron, Britt, Lynn Downey, Chaz, Crystal Vines. Did I miss anyone there? Sorry if I did. Enema, thank you. Thanks, Gonzalez over there on Twitch. Lilith, the Tawny Fool, Grande Robo. I mean, I was going to let the whole thing go, but how can I let it go when the White House deputy press secretary is calling me a liar by name? Ari Nugaborgen, thanks Ari for your support, and thanks David Wynn. That's very kind of you, David. I appreciate that, David Wynn. Thank you. I mean, if you watch me, you know I don't make stuff up. I don't do it. You guys know that. Everybody's been following me for a while on X knows that. Twitter X. It's weird. All right, anyways. Sorry for that digression. Sorry for the digression. I had to deal with the White House deputy press secretary and deputy assistant to the president call me a liar by name. I just had to take a moment and deal with that. Also, I love, with all of the accounts on social media that post so much garbage all the time, the White House deputy press secretary is making time out of his day to go after me by name and call me by name a liar. Thanks, Hard Rocker Guy and Ashley Victoria Johnson as well. Matthew Felty, Gonzalez. No, I wasn't on the stream at the time. I saw it before I came on the air, multiple times. It was up there for it was posted for a while. It was posted for a while. I checked it multiple times. Thank you, Sushi Jezebel, Evan B. Daniels, Wellen, Matthew Felty. All right. Anyways, let's get back to updates. Thanks Lily's thoughts as well in Legion 54. Max Nothing 2. Roaches in the Cabinet 2. Adaptivia 2. Thanks, Jarrett Scott. I appreciate that, Jarrett Scott. Thank you. No, I don't think it was intentionally slanderous. The problem is the person didn't check with me first, and they had bad information. And there's confusion over, they think, well, if Reuters didn't post it on their website, that means they didn't report it. But it's a big company. They do multiple things. They have information posted in various places. Okay. Thanks, Penniless Jester and Chaz and Phil Santoro. Again, sorry, I hate that we have to interrupt the stream for this, but I had to deal with it. And thanks, Andrew Schlegel and Sam Bone. Thank you again. It was not my intention to disrupt the stream with this. This is not an everyday occurrence for me. Well, who knows? Maybe Reuters will post an update at some point. Anyways. Hang on one second here. There's this. Sorry. There's other. There's this. It's still dealing with this stuff. I'm still dealing with it. I wish I had taken a screenshot. I didn't even think of it. I never thought this would happen, so I didn't take a screenshot of it. I don't make stuff up. I do. Why would I have posted my original post? Doesn't make any sense at all. I'm just gonna post it. Tom Winter, by the way, reports that the FBI says they have the cell phone of the assassin, of the alleged assassin, of the shooter, and it has been flown to the FBI's lab in Quantico to be accessed and searched. Right now, they have not been able to determine what, if any, ideology the shooter had, they say. They say there's a very limited social media presence. I got to write one more thing here. Sorry, I got to just finish typing this. I know the stream is just falling apart, but I got to finish typing this. So give me 1 second. I just got to do one more thing. It's crazy, I know. Crazy day. All right. This whole crazy thing. Just to clarify, and I'll tell you what I posted. I had to post something else. When the Reuters reporter messaged me, I thought they were confirming that it happened. And then when I look at it again, I was like, wait, they could have meant something else. So what I just had to post is, hey, I took the Reuters reporter as confirming to me what happened, but maybe they meant it a different way. And I said, if they meant it the other way, well, somebody else at Reuters is lying to that reporter. All right, I'm done with that for now. Hang on a second here. All right, let's get back to the updates. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. This all could be clarified if they would just admit what they did. It's friggin' ridiculous. No one there wants to admit anything. Nobody wants to get in trouble, I bet. So they don't want to admit anything. So they're just saying it never happened. Okay. So again, I apologize. I had to deal with this garbage. All right, so Biden is going to speak at 8 p.m. Now I've learned my lesson that I have to take like a screenshot of everything because people will deny it. By the way, we talked about this earlier. The Butler County Sheriff has told multiple outlets that a local officer went up to the rooftop where the gunman was. So the CNN report says that the local sheriff told CNN that basically they got calls about a suspicious person, and an officer, a local officer, went to find the person. The sheriff claimed the calls did not say the suspicious person had a gun. And then officers discovered the person was on a ledge. And this story says one officer hoisted another to get up on the ledge. And then the shooter saw the officer peering over onto the roof and pointed his gun at him. And then the officer let go of the ledge, and then the gunman started firing. By the way, the sheriff said, CNN says, when the sheriff was asked if the overall security lapse, if there was a failure in security, letting a gunman have a direct line of sight to Trump, the sheriff said it obviously was a failure. Again, there's like 3 different outlets. The Washington Post talked to that sheriff and has a similar version of that story. So the sheriff is like giving interviews, it looks like, to different outlets. Hang on a second here. Hang on. Oh, breaking news, breaking news. Reuters just emailed me. I just got an email and they acknowledged it. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Got him. Got him. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. I just sent it to the Reuters reporter. I literally have an email. I don't want to post it yet, though. I'm hoping that Reuters will say something about it. Good. Great. Anyways, if I have to, I'll post. I don't want to post the email, but if I have to, I'll post an excerpt of it. I'd rather not do that. Oh! Sorry. I'm messaging someone else at Reuters right now. I was trying to get back to the news. All right, anyways, let's get back to the updates, but I'm going to have to deal with that. But my update to you is I do have an email acknowledging it was their mistake. Sorry. No, what happened with X, the reason we're not on X today is because all of a sudden X said you have to pay for premium to stream live. So without any kind of announcement, it just all of a sudden I got this message that I had to pay for premium to stream live. So I signed up for premium under that account, but it takes a while for it to go through. So that's why we're not on X today. All right, I'm sorry. Again, I really apologize. Thanks for the few of you who might still be watching. Thank you. All right, let's get to some more updates about this. It's 6:03. Biden's going to be speaking in 2 hours. We're just going to stay on the air until We're just going to be on the air until Biden speaks. But I literally have an email proving it. I have email proof now. Email proof. The Wall Street Journal says, talking about the whole Secret Service thing, so going back to our map here, which we had before, let's pull that up. Let's pull the map up. Here's the map here, and that's where the shooter was on this building right here. That's where the rally was being held over here, about 450 feet away. There's where the rally's being held. There's the building. Not the building right here, this building right here. And the Secret Service was actually on this building right here, looking over here. So, and you can actually see in video the guy is lying on the roof. So this building over here, can actually see. Hold on. See how it like slopes up and slopes down? And then the rally was being held over here. So the guy was lying on the roof. So, I mean, initially he had to, I don't know if he was always lying on the roof. At one point he was lying on the roof before he was shot. But, so I don't know how much, how much they can see from here over to here. The point is they know this building is here in advance. They know the building's there in advance, right? So something, I'm mentioning that because the Wall Street Journal talks about like their advanced scouting. And they say like, in advance of events, the Secret Service routinely visits nearby businesses and buildings and works with local law enforcement to monitor and safeguard structures outside the security perimeter. And a former assistant Secret Service director, deputy assistant Secret Service director, told the Wall Street Journal that in the investigation they're likely to look at how the agency communicate with local law enforcement and use technology, including drones, to identify threats. And this expert who used to work for the Secret Service said there's no excuse for the Secret Service to not provide protection from an open rooftop 100 yards away from the site. And there's no way he should have got those shots off. I'm actually going to post that quote. This is a former secret former deputy assistant Secret Service director told the Wall Street Journal the reality is there's just no excuse for the Secret Service to be unable to provide sufficient resources to cover an open rooftop 100 yards away from the site. And there's no way he should have got those shots off. Okay? So that's interesting. That's somebody who used to work for the Secret Service, be an official there, saying that this never should have happened. And then another expert they talked to at the Wall Street Journal, who used to be a supervisory agent on Biden's Secret Service detail when Biden was vice president, said that an investigation by the FBI would likely include a review of how the shooter was able to assume an elevated position of attack outside of the secure event area without being detected and eliminated prior to shots being fired. Michael Ryan says both snipers looking down scopes and nobody on binoculars with a field of view. Caesar M thinks the snipers who were on top of this building here would have had time to see the person here. I don't know that. Maybe they would. I mean, I'm not a security person and I'm not a Secret Service agent, so I don't know what they could be expected to see. But again, the building that the shooter was on was here. Oops. The building the shooter was on was here. There were snipers from Secret Service here, and the rally was here. Thanks to Just Me and the Funktopus and Justin Rochkind and Kim and Mike and American Girl and Marsh Guitar, by the way. And Olivia Yamamaso and Michael Ryan and All That's Random. Leonette Hudson, Flor Morena, paperchaser.com. Damian West Downer, Twitter pated, thank you. Camus, Gamzy Baby, Marie T. Philip Bradshaw, Mao Wharf, Mama Yoli, Marie, Crystal Vines, Jarrett Scott, Walter Beasley, Megatron, Max Rommel, Andrew Schlegel, Phil Santoro, Chaz, thank you. Channeling Gary saying he was detected. That's the whole point of this. Well, also, yeah, so there were, from the reports, from the eyewitness reports we're hearing, there were definitely people on the ground who saw him. Whether or not these people, the Secret Service saw him, there were people over here who saw him. Any idea if the Jumbotron obstructed the view? I haven't heard that reported at all. Some people have been talking about whether like this tree would obstruct the view, but I guess the point is, then if the tree's going to obstruct the view, you figure that out in advance. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was watching an expert last night on TV who was surprised that like they didn't have somebody up on this roof. There was I forget if the person was a past Secret Service person. It was a Secret Service expert, I think, on CNN. It was a security expert on CNN. But he basically said like, this is like the place you would most want to cover. Like, it's like when you, like that would be like the biggest red flag of the surrounding buildings. He said something to that extent. He just couldn't believe that somebody had been allowed to get up on this building. He just couldn't believe it. Zeus alliances seems like basic stuff. I mean, I just read you a couple of them, but there's so many quotes out there from experts who are just like, well, this should not have been allowed to happen. Right. No, I understand. Somebody just said it's outside the perimeter, but there's the perimeter of the venue, but then there's what they're responsible for outside the venue gates. So I have not heard that, like, oh, they're normally not supposed to care about who's here because it's some distance away. I don't think that's the case. I think when I would have to go back and listen to him again, but if he said outside the perimeter, I'm guessing what he means is outside, like, the gates. But I've heard expert after expert who said, like, no, this is a building that they would check out in advance, and they would make sure they would have security plans for that building. Seeing if we have any recent updates here. I got to check some of your messages too. People have been sending me messages. Um, I don't know, by the way, I haven't heard reporting on what Biden is going to say tonight. I mean, he's going to speak more about this from the Oval Office. I don't know how long he's going to speak for. There's a number of articles out today in different sorry. Hang on one second. Give me one moment here. One moment. Why is this not working? There's a number of, we're starting to see a lot of reporting out there critical of the Secret Service. I'm starting to see a bunch of those articles come out. Politico says the fact that a 20-year-old gunman managed to scale a roof about 200 yards from where Trump was speaking has already prompted calls for a searching investigation of the Secret Service. Politico says the investigation is expected to explore if access to the rooftops was discussed in advanced preparations and whether anyone suggested doing anything to hinder it. There's also, Politico also says there are questions about whether Trump's Secret Service detail moved fast enough to secure him and if they followed correct procedure. They say as the agents began to evacuate Trump, they twice exposed his chest and body to the crowd. That may have been an error considering the possibility of multiple shooters. So I can't speak to that. I'm not a security expert. I wonder how long all of these investigations will take. Waltham says Trump exposed himself a few times and the Secret Service allowed it. Matthew Felty says he wasn't very compliant, to be fair, wanted his shoes. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw it. There's very interesting video. I didn't have the audio of this on my audio yesterday, but there's interesting video of Trump asking when they want to take him away, he's saying like he needs his shoes. I guess maybe his shoes fell off when he fell down. I had somebody ask me and say, does he take off his shoes when he speaks? I don't believe he does. I don't know for sure, though. But he asked for it several times, and maybe he was just in shock. I mean, it would not surprise me at all if somebody was in shock after being shot at and was just like, seizing on this relatively minor detail at the time. Yeah, Chaz says he might have been hyperfixating due to shock. So I couldn't play that video yesterday, but if you haven't seen it, you should search for it and watch it, because he asked for it several different times. But I don't know if his shoes are loose. Like, I don't know how they came off. Again, maybe he likes loose shoes. 2030 says, I read the Secret Service removed his shoes. I didn't see that. I don't know, though. The Secret Service takes them off? Some people are saying they were removed. I don't know. Hang on a second here. There was also some interesting stuff where I saw someone on TV, an expert, say that the podium in front, there's like bunting in front of the podium, and it's actually bulletproof. And the expert thought that Trump would have been told to like drop down to the ground immediately so that he's behind that. It's like a, let me see if I can see it here. He was speaking yesterday. Hang on, I'm trying to pull it up here. Yes, I can see it. Hold on, hold on. I'll show you a screen grab of it. Yeah, so here's just a screen grab from yesterday that I'm going to show you real quick. Actually, this is the broadcast from yesterday. So, oh, hold on. Look. So that's from our broadcast yesterday. So see, Trump is standing there, and there's like the red, white, and blue thing here, this bunting. And so this expert I saw last night on TV said that this is actually bulletproof. This thing here. And so if anything happens, I guess maybe if you hear shots or something, he's supposed to go down to get him behind the bunting. So, and by the way, if he was trained to go down and went down because he was trained to, I do think him going down certainly could have helped, because there were a number of shots, and maybe, you know, Maybe if he had been standing up the whole time, another shot might have hit him. But the expert said that he thought he would have been trained to just go down. And one reason you go down is that this thing is supposed to be bulletproof. That's what the guy said on TV. Lucy Gaffney said Dan Bonino said it. I wasn't watching Dan Bonino. Dan Bongino. It's Bongino, is it? I'm sorry. I always forget. Bongino? But that's the expert I saw said that. I Need Coffee says Dan Bongino is ex-Secret Service. He was the one who made that point. Yes, and again, I was not watching him. I was watching a different security expert who made the same point. Give me 1 second here. Hold on 1 second here. Also checking for updates here. It is 6:33. Uh, Kevin Carlson mentioned... yeah, I mean, Moshe Schwartz posted a picture yesterday showing at least one of his shoes off. But again, there's this question of how did the shoes come off? The shoer's shoes come off, and I'm not positive how that happened. I got to figure out what I'm doing here because I haven't like eaten all day. We've been doing this. I might do a thing where I eat something, but I might do a thing where I keep the stream going. We're definitely covering Biden speaking at 8, but I probably should put a little food in the air fryer and then come back. Because if I don't, it's going to be a problem. I don't know if I don't eat anything before. And you know, for all I know, the Oval Office won't be 8. It'll be 8:30 or 9, right? I'm not relying on the Oval Office thing starting at 8. Because the press conference 3 days ago was an hour late, and today was about 40 minutes late when he spoke at the White House. So what I might do is take about 5 minutes right now and come back. And I'll put some food in. Then I'll come back and do some more updates here after putting some food in. And then I'll eat the food, and then we'll do more. But I'm sorry, I'm getting a little slow because I haven't eaten all day because we've been dealing with all this stuff and all the other crazy nonsense I had to deal with. So I'm going to take 5 minutes right now. I just got to put some food in, but I'm going to take 5 minutes and then come back. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. What I'll do is I'll put this here. I'll leave that up there. And I'll post... I appreciate you sticking with me. And we will have Biden speaking live. Thanks to all of our moderators, by the way. I really appreciate all of our moderators who are here. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to be back in 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. I'm coming back. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I am preparing some food so I can eat it because we've been on all day and I haven't eaten. So thanks for your patience. Give me a moment here. We'll do a few more updates and then once I eat, I'll be better. I'm like starving. It's not a great situation over here at the moment. I'm just checking for updates here. Oh, I meant to mention this. Olivia Rubin with ABC News reported that suspected Trump shooter was once rejected from high school rifle club. 2 former team members tell ABC News. He was asked not to come back because of how bad a shot he was. It was considered like dangerous, said one of the team members. Now, I don't know. I mean, he wasn't in high school now. He's 20. He was 20 now. So maybe he practiced and got better. But let's see if I can find any more about that report. Oh, also, ABC News also reports the suspect had no known mental illness history. FBI told ABC News FBI says Trump rally shooter had no known mental illness history. Also, no ideology has been found yet. Hang on here. I posted a link to that on my X account. But they say he has. The FBI told ABC told reporters that he had no known mental illness history and no ideology has been identified associated with him. Also, ABC News said the suspected shooter worked as a dietary aide at a nursing and rehab center. Where he performed his job without concern. That is from ABC News. Again, they said he worked as a dietary aide at a nursing and rehab center. Just give me, I need about 10 seconds. I'm going to disappear for 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. All right, it was like 15 seconds. Like 15 seconds. In a few minutes, I'm going to eat my food so I can stay on the air for the Biden Oval Office address. Yes, one of our viewers said his classmate said he was bullied. We talked about a couple of those reports earlier. I don't know if I can find that again. We had read the report. Yes, so Megan Schiller from KDKA said a classmate of his said he was a loner who was bullied relentlessly and wore hunting outfits often in class. Thanks to Red Squirrel, by the way, also to Z and Me, and Wow Wow and Joshua, Texas. Oh, by the way, Jan Eric Edvardsen asked about the water tower. Why no lookout there? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's like too high. That's a pretty, the water tower is pretty high. So, I mean, could they have had somebody up there? I guess they could. Look, so I don't know what the strategy is. Jan is saying, why would they not have somebody looking out from over here? So would they normally have somebody up on that structure looking out? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know what their normal strategy is for securing a place like this and watching the other buildings. It'd be nice if they would take questions from people, but they have not taken any questions about this. They haven't even spoken about it. They did an update this afternoon, the Secret Service, and it was all about the upcoming RNC, and they would not answer questions about what happened yesterday. Quick thanks. Cynthia Moon is over there moderating. I just want to shout out our mods. Sorry. AJ, Cynthia Moon, thank you. Ruth Grafasi, Sarah55. Really appreciate all of our mods. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. We should be back on X, hopefully maybe by tomorrow. There was a little issue there with that. I don't even want to get into it, but I think the streaming should be working there tomorrow. Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn over there on Twitch. David Green, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, Idaho Star. I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Sharon C54, and Surly Dev, all modding. Thank you. And over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body. Thank you, Kay, for modding. I appreciate that. Christina Neal as well. Thanks, Christina. And thanks to Vohad for the bits. Thanks, Vohad, for your support on Twitch. And Legion54 and Smelly Cat and Who Shot JR for your support on Twitch. I appreciate that. Also, Numetal, if I didn't thank you before. And Rocky Coast and Timido1 and DeWolf's Den. And Tindra, and Bad Touchery. Oh, I'm behind on the Twitch chats. I'm sorry. Twitch, thanks. And Savage Beastie, thank you for your support over there on Twitch. And Stitched as well. I'm sorry, Twitch. My bad. And Big Ball of Yarn. And Linnea Supernatural. And Tatsiki, thank you. And Abond V. And Gonzalez, thank you. Did I thank Lilith? I think I thanked Lilith before. Okay. Hang on a moment here. In a minute, I'm going to go eat. And I should be better. I'm not really functioning great right at the moment. By the way, I'm seeing some polls come out today, but the polls, I'm like election polls, but they're polls that got taken before yesterday. I don't know if yesterday will change things. But again, you know, if you see polls coming out today, I don't think they were conducted today. I just saw one that came out that was conducted like 3 days ago, 5 days ago. So just if you see polls coming out today, look at when the polls were taken, because they might have been taken before yesterday. Again, I don't know how polls will be affected by this in the short term and the long term, but just be aware of that. Oh, and I did want to mention the GoFundMe again. Let me mention the GoFundMe again, because I mentioned that earlier today. There's an official GoFundMe on GoFundMe. Support for Butler, PA victims, President Trump authorized, which was really authorized by the president. Former President Trump, sorry. And GoFundMe actually posted about it. It's collected about $3 million. Anyways, I wanted to again share this. I shared it earlier today, but if anybody's interested, I'll post the GoFundMe. Anyways, I wanted to let you know about that. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Oh, by the way, I owe a thank you to, thank you so much to Habriel Rodriguez. I really appreciate that, Habriel Rodriguez. Thank you. Thank you so much. So guys, it's 6:55 p.m. Biden's supposed to speak at 8. So I'm going to sneak away and eat something, and I'm going to come back for the Biden speaking. All right, so I will be back. What I'll do maybe I'll put this on the screen. Posted yet? Here, I'll put this on the screen right now. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'm going to get this set up for us. I'm going to get something set up. Good. That'll work. That'll work. Uh-oh. Ha. What is that? Why is that doing something? Where is that coming from? Where am I seeing this? Oh. Okay. So there he is. We'll center this. I'm going to say Steve is taking a meal break. Okay, let me just do this real quick. Good, good. Oops. Steve is eating. He'll be back for Biden speech. There we go. How's that? How's that? Okay, so let me eat, and I'm coming back, and we will cover Biden live speaking from the Oval Office. I appreciate your patience, everyone. I know I've been, between all the stuff that's been going on today. There's been some digression from the stream, but I appreciate you bearing with me. Okay, I'm gonna eat, and I'll be back in a little bit, and we'll cover this live. Okay, so hang out. Thanks to our mods. You can hang out in the chat, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Hey everyone, thank you for your patience. We're back. I ate something. What is this here? Hang on a moment. I'll leave this up here for a second. Okay, so we are going to bring you live coverage of Biden speaking in the Oval Office coming up in 27 minutes, although it may run late. What is the thing? What is this? CNN said they had a video of the shooter. Oh, I think they're just showing that it said out front obtains video of shooter firing on Trump rally, and it's literally just the TMZ video with the TMZ watermark. Anyways. No, these are not pre-recorded remarks. What happened is there was a report earlier that they were going to be pre-recorded, and then that report got retracted, which I posted about. So no, everything I've seen suggests it'll be live, which wasn't the case earlier today. By the way, thanks to Skoyatolo56 on Twitch. All right, so again, thanks for allowing me to eat. I feel a bit better now. It was getting very dicey there. It's going to be at the White House. And I don't know specifically what he's going to say. I wish there was another... There's no law enforcement press conference today. I guess the FBI talked to some reporters at some point, but I wish they just did a whole... Why didn't they just do another press conference? Well, the Secret Service has not been speaking publicly about this whole thing. But wouldn't that be nice? Right, the Secret Service had a press conference, but not on what happened yesterday. It was on the security for the RNC, which we will be covering starting tomorrow. I will have live coverage for you guys on this channel of the Republican convention. And I'll do if I have the video, I'll do the Democratic convention too. But I'll have live video of the Republican convention. And that's... starting, I think, around 1:30 or so tomorrow. So we'll be on the next few days with that. Monday around 1:30, then evening, then the next, it's like 5 or 6 to 10 every night, or 5 or 6 to 11 every night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Blackbird says, I still can't believe that Secret Service press are just ridiculous. Yeah, they did not answer questions about yesterday. Hang on one sec here. I just found out another huge account on X was calling me out and claiming I lied about something, which was actually true. I just saw that right now. That's always fun to see. Anyways. Sorry. I'm not going to get distracted about that again. So I'm checking some of the messages people have sent me. Getting all these messages. Don McIntyre says, I thought Secret Service was supposed to do a site survey of the venue. Did they stop that? No, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did whatever. I'm sure they basically did what they normally do, but something went wrong. It's not like they didn't show up. I don't think it's the case that they didn't show up there. They didn't show up there the day of or something. Also, you know, some people have, I appreciate it. Some of the viewers have sent me, like, there's people who post stuff on social media who maybe have some background in security, but it's not like official sources. And they say, here's what I think happened, or here's what I think happened. And I'm not really getting into that stuff. I don't know anything about that security stuff. So I really don't want to start getting into speculation about, you know, what happened with the security situation. I mean, it seems clear from various experts that something went very wrong with the security situation. But again, I don't really want to start throwing theories out there about what went wrong. You know, it's one thing if I have like some major news outlet saying we talked to somebody from the Secret Service who leaked it to us or something, but that's not what I'm seeing. But I just, you know, and even that, it would have to be pretty strongly sourced. So I'm just not going to really go there right now. I don't know enough about it to even like analyze that stuff and know if it's plausible or not. But I appreciate people forwarding me stuff. All right, so I don't know if this is going to start on time. My guess is no. Don McIntyre says, it's all pretty strange and awful scary. Cindy Lou thinks their perimeter was too small. Hey, thanks also Sweetums and Ooms World for your support, and Steve Fields and Behan Venter, and Kelly Smith and Lennon Cardwell. Thank you. I also don't know how long are these investigations going to take of what happened? Weeks, months? That I don't know. Gabe says, do we know the general topic of what he's going to speak about? Well, he's going to speak about the shooting because when he spoke for about 4 minutes earlier today, he said he was going to speak more about it tonight. So it's going to be about the rally shooting, but the assassination attempt. But I don't know specifically what he's going to say. Oh, by the way, so I've been telling you also there's various outlets that say that I've seen reports that say explosive material was found in the shooter's car and or at his home. So the New York Times has a report that says a possible rudimentary explosive device was found among his possessions. They said a possible rudimentary explosive device. I've seen multiple reports saying that the FBI is saying that the shooter had no reported mental health issues. We told you earlier that the person killed at the rally was 50 years old Corey Comparator. A Pittsburgh outlet described him as a former fire chief. And it was reported that he was protecting his family when he was killed. And the two other, let me show you this actually. In terms of the two people who were injured seriously, there was an update on that as well. That was right here. Oops, just for a second here. From the Pennsylvania State Police, the deceased victim was identified as Corey Comparator, 50, of Sarver, Pennsylvania. The second victim has been identified as 57-year-old David Dutch of New Kensington, Pennsylvania, who is currently listed in stable condition. Now, stable means like not getting worse or better, or like stable doesn't tell you the absolute level. Yesterday, the two injured people were both said to be in critical condition. I was trying to look up a definition for stable condition. WebMD says the AHA discourages doctors and nurses from using the word stable to describe a patient's condition. Many hospitals use the term stable to describe when someone's vital signs are steady or not changing much. So in theory, I would think they could be critical and stable. The third victim was identified as 74-year-old James Copenhaver of Moon Township, Pennsylvania. He's also listed in stable condition. But again, that doesn't tell you. Yesterday it was reported they were in critical condition. So just because they're in stable condition does not mean they're not also in critical condition, is what I'm saying. Russ Lane, our viewer, thinks stable generally means you're going to make it. All right, anyways, that was from the Pennsylvania. Ooh, we will begin shortly. There we go. That was from the Pennsylvania State Police. We will begin shortly. It is supposed to start at 8 p.m. in 13 minutes. I don't know that it'll start in 13 minutes. No, it is. There's no current reporting that it's pre-recorded. Everything I've seen currently suggests that it was live. There was a report earlier today that I saw that said it was going to be pre-recorded, but that report was retracted. So I have every expectation it will be live. There's nothing I am currently seeing that makes me think it will not be live. One other report I've seen multiple places today, like AP and CNN, is that the FBI is trying to get access to the shooter's phone. Zach Isabel says, yeah, I think stable means they're no longer declining in condition. What do you guys think there'll be anything like unexpected? I mean, I guess you would expect him to call for people to not be violent, right? You'd expect him to express his sadness about the event. I guess my question is there going to be anything in this that we don't expect, where you're like, wow, I didn't expect him to say that? Ivan thinks no. Who was it who said that? Dr. Something. Dr. Something said nah. They call me Taj says no. We'll do a quick poll. We're going to do a quick poll because I know you guys like polls. Why am I seeing that? What is going on? I'm getting like weird. I got to turn that off. There's that like reactions thing is not supposed to be on. How do I fix that? Live reaction should not be on. Sorry. It's supposed to be off. I saw like hearts popping up and stuff. Okay. Let's do a quick poll. Will Biden say anything that most of the country most of the country is not expecting? We'll say anything very unexpected. How about that? You know what I'm saying? You know, I think you probably can imagine a version of this speech by any politician that would give. So I'm just wondering if we'll watch it and we'll be like, wow, he said that. How about that? Or make an announcement or something, you know? No, it's supposed to be live. It's supposed to be live. As far as I'm aware. Here is the poll. That's the YouTube. YouTube thinks 73% say no, he won't say anything very unexpected. 27% say yes. Over there on Twitch we have now on Twitch it's quite different. Look at Twitch. Wow, usually they're pretty similar. Not tonight. Not tonight. Twitch is 62% yes. %70 yes on Twitch. Look at that. Meanwhile, on YouTube, 71% no. Plank on YouTube says Twitch is bugging. Yeah, I know very unexpected is not the most clean. I mean, yeah, as one of our reviewers said, you can interpret that different ways, but I think you get the general idea. You get the general idea of what I'm asking, hopefully. You know, for example, when Biden spoke earlier today for about 4 minutes, it's not like afterwards I was like, oh, wow, I can't believe he said that. You know, there was nothing, you know, like that. So we'll have to see what happens. All right, I'm going to wrap up these polls. YouTube and Twitch, you disagree. You just disagree on this. Thanks for voting, folks. Let me also get up there. Oops. I got to get ready to show this, the White House. No, there's no reporting that this is going to have anything to do with like the campaign. Well, like him pulling out of the campaign or something. There's no reporting whatsoever about that. Everything he says suggests he's going to stay in. Thanks, Steve Fields. I appreciate your support, Steve. Thank you. Oh, MW thinks he's going to talk about like gun control. It's a little bigger here. Gina Marie thinks he'll talk about gun control. Four minutes, supposedly. 4 minutes, supposedly. We'll see if that actually is the case. Hang on a second. I'm not seeing the news agencies go live yet. Hang on one second here. Thanks so much, Fred Vanderwerf. That's very nice of you. Fred Vanderwerf. Thank you, Fred. That's very kind of you. I appreciate your support for the channel, Fred. Thank you. I haven't seen any reporting saying it's going to be postponed, like really late. We'll see. Look, just going off of recent events. His press conference 3 days ago at NATO, that started an hour late, and then the White House His around 1:30 today, he spoke about this for like 4 minutes, and that started about 40 minutes late. So that's the last two. Thanks Wishes Network as well. 1 second after says, I think he'll be on around 8:30. What do you, is the basic idea just going to be like, we need to tone it down? We need to get along better? Is that going to be the basic idea? Mark Almighty says, yep. Will he say we're better than this? America is better than this. I think that line might be in there. America, we are better than this. Cardinal Glick says, think Biden may pardon him. Thoughts? Thanks. You know, a couple of viewers have floated the idea that Biden would pardon Trump. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. I should post that. You think it's crazy? I posted on my X account. I said it's an interesting idea a couple of viewers had. It's an interesting idea. Big Brother Bree thinks the odds are that the over/under is 8:35 p.m. Thanks also the FNAS. I'll say the FNAS. Thanks to FNAS for your support. FNAS says, under the Supreme Court ruling, Biden could have ordered the hit as an official act and not be held accountable for it. Now, there's no evidence that happened, by the way. But I'm not a legal expert, so I'm not weighing in on that Supreme interpretation of the Supreme Court decision. I know there's some debate about that. Thank you, FNAS, and thank you, I Am the DJ, for your support. All right, it's 8:01, so I gotta change the headline. Coming up live, Biden speaks to nation about Trump shooting. Okay. Let me just fix the headline if I want to make myself disappear. Well, I'm not going to make myself disappear, but just for a second, just in case I do. Oh, no, that worked. I can't wait to read about everybody yelling at me in my comments on X. I didn't say he's going to do it. Oh.
I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And to remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors, we're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we're fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back. Take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers. Earlier today, I spoke about an ongoing investigation. We do not know the motive of the shooter yet. We don't know his opinions or affiliations. We don't know whether he had help or support, or if he communicated with anyone else. Law enforcement professionals, as I speak, are investigating those questions. Tonight, I want to speak to what we do know. A former president was shot, an American citizen killed, while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing. We cannot, we must not go down this road in America. We've traveled it before throughout our history. Violence has never been the answer. Whether it's with members of Congress of both parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or a brutal attack on the spouse of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, or information and intimidation on election officials, or the kidnapping plot against the sitting governor, or an attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There is no place in America for this kind of violence, or for any violence ever. Period. No exceptions. We can't allow this violence to be normalized. You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that. Yes, we have deeply felt strong disagreements. The stakes in this election are enormously high. I've said it many times that the choice in this election we make in this election is going to shape the future of America and the world for decades to come. I believe that with all my soul. I know that millions of my fellow Americans believe it as well. And some have a different view as to the direction our country should take. Disagreement is inevitable in American democracy. It's part of human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield, or God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate, to pursue justice, to make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. All of us now face a time of testing as the election approaches. And the higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become. This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, we must never descend into violence. The Republican convention will start tomorrow. I have no doubt they'll criticize my record and offer their own vision for this country. I'll be traveling this week making the case for our record and the vision, my vision of the country, our vision. I'll continue to speak out strongly for our democracy, stand up for our Constitution and the rule of law, to call for action at the ballot box, no violence on our streets. That's how democracy should work. We debate and disagree. We compare and contrast the character of the candidates, the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of a would-be assassin. You know, the path forward through competing visions of the campaign should always be resolved peacefully, not through acts of violence. You know, we're blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being. So tonight, I'm asking every American to recommit, to think about it. What's made America so special? Here in America, everyone must be treated with dignity and respect, and hate must have no safe harbor. Here in America, we need to get out of our silos, where we only listen to those with whom we agree, where misinformation is rampant, where foreign actors fan the flames of our division to shape the outcomes consistent with their interests, not ours. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of all goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this. You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion. And so they created a democracy that gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over brute force. That's the American we must be. An American democracy where arguments are made in good faith. An American democracy where the rule of law is respected. An American democracy where decency, dignity, fair play aren't just quaint notions, but living, breathing realities. We owe that to those who come before us, to those who gave their lives for this country. We owe that to ourselves. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren. Look, let's never lose sight of who we are. Let's remember we are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
All right, we'll play that again, but that was President Biden basically saying, discouraging people from being violent. I was struck by the fact that he wasn't looking at the camera. And you might say, like, well, why do you care about that, Steve? I'm going to tell you two reasons why I actually think it's important that he wasn't looking for the camera. It seems like maybe they had a prompter or cue cards that was slightly off the camera focus. But I'm going to actually tell you two reasons why I actually think it's important he wasn't looking at the camera. I mean, I think everybody kind of knew he was going to say, don't be violent. So, first of all, if you want to address, when I think of Oval Office address, I think of like a president's like he's coming into your living room and he's talking to you. And I feel like if you want to, show that you're heartfelt and really reach out and really grab the attention of people and convey to them your heartfelt feeling about a powerful issue, you want to be looking them in the eye. So I think it helps your message to do that. But also, remember, we had the debate a couple weeks ago and his poor performance at the debate, and there's been a number of Democrats who are saying they want him to do stuff that's unscripted, right? This was not unscripted. This was the opposite of unscripted. This was somebody who was looking off camera, reading something the entire time. So I also think for the campaign, it's a bit strange to me that they put him out there and having him reading something. So, could he not actually just say something to this effect while looking at the camera? And so my point is, I actually think it'd be better for his message to not to be looking at the camera. But also, again, if the campaign is worried about trying to make it clear that he can do stuff off the cuff, and again, when I think of Oval Office addresses, maybe I'm wrong. I think of, I know presidents have notes, but I don't know that I remember the last time that I saw an Oval Office address where the president wasn't looking into the camera. And could they not put the teleprompter over the camera? So again, some people might say, Steve, this is a minor issue. Why are you talking about this? I think it really matters. I think people's take on whether the president is being sincere and heartfelt will depend on, if somebody sees the president looking at you and talking to you, I think they might feel it's more genuine. I really think he genuinely feels that stuff, by the way. I don't think he's lying. But, I don't know why that was done. And you might say, why aren't you talking about what he's saying? Look, I'll be blunt about it. That was basically the speech that I think you probably thought he was going to give. Now, when I see stuff like that from people on either side, whether it's Republican or Democrat, I'm kind of like, all right, well, that's what I expected. What else is he or she going to say? But, I think to take the boilerplate speech and make it something a little different and a little more forceful and a little more affecting, maybe you look into the camera and you kind of, you don't want it to sound so scripted. Anyways, so it actually does matter to me. That's my biggest takeaway from this whole thing. My biggest takeaway from that whole speech was that he wasn't looking into the camera and he was reading something off camera. So, and again, dispute that with me if you'd like. Say, Steve, you're focusing on little things. That's fine. I'd say the same thing if it was a Republican. If it was Trump, I'd say the exact same thing. I don't know why a speech on that topic, which is a pretty simple message, important message, but simple, and not that long, why that can't be somebody talking into the camera. And not reading it. And by the way, let me say this also. I don't think that was pre-recorded. But at a certain point, when the White House is yelling at me, when the White House deputy press secretary is yelling at me and calling me a liar today, when I claimed there was a report it was going to be pre-recorded, which there was, and then it got retracted. But at a certain point, is there really that much of a difference between that and pre-recorded? So I understand why some people in the chat were saying they thought it was pre-recorded, because it's just being read. So I don't think it being live is a big deal if it's literally somebody just reading a script off camera. Anyways. So look, I didn't know what I was going to think about it coming in. I'm not here to trash Biden. That's not, if I didn't know how the speech was going to be, but basically it was somebody reading a script off camera that I think was basically what everybody expected to hear anyway. So, I'm interested in seeing what you guys thought of it. And I like the message, don't be violent, but when Americans watch that, is that really going to change people's minds? Looking at that? I don't know that it does. We'll watch it again. Let me know what you guys thought about it. I just think, so look, Justin King said speech lacked emotion and sincerity. So I think he was sincere. I think he means what he says. But I do think it was like a monotone. And I think if you're trying to convince people and reach out to people, and really trying to get it through to them, I mean, look, we're so polarized, but this is really a danger. I do think having some more emotion can be helpful. And there's a certain expectation that when you speak from the Oval Office, I think, again, like you're coming into somebody's living room. That's just the way I think about it. We'll watch it again in a second. Jane Summers says, was a bit campaign to me. Jesse's girl says they should have lowered the teleprompter. I don't know why they couldn't have the thing where the teleprompter is like over the camera. Vlad says it was the message I expected to hear. No, I was watching the White House feed and the CNN feed, which I believe were two different feeds, and he was not looking into the camera on either of them. See, now, Justin Avery said something that I think has something to it. Justin Avery says people forget what you say. They don't forget how you make them feel. And I think there's something to what Justin is saying. Thanks, Boomer Wow and Z-Pack. Yeah, some of you were mentioning that he said battle box. I mean, what can I say? He stumbled over that phrase. So it is what it is. What you think about that is up to you. But he did say it a couple times. Instead of ballot box, sounds like he said battle box, I think. But I'm not going to make a huge deal of that personally, but I leave it to you to decide how you think about that. But thank you, Z-Pack, and also Robin Kernahan and Gina Marie. And Laura, yes. Did I thank Boomer Wow? Thanks, Boomer Wow. SC Ladybug says it would have been more genuine if Biden avoided bringing up events from the past, January 6th, etc. Kess NNSC thinks White House press run the show rather ineffectively. I think there's a tendency to like not really report much on these stylistic things. I think they matter a lot to people. I really think for like the average American, it really matters if the person is like reading and looking off camera versus like just talking to you directly into camera without a script. I really think it matters a lot to people. It's huge. That's why I'm saying it. And it's not just the words he says, it's whether it's getting across to people. The Lucky Minute says empathy can speak volumes. Sketty Sandwich thinks it does. Kevin says you're correct. Oh, Senator Funstein says you could see the teleprompter really going in the window's reflection. I couldn't even see that. We're going to watch it again. It wasn't that long. I kind of want to see it again. Also, you know what's really weird is it kind of just started all of a sudden. I know on the White House feed it started all of a sudden. Yeah, it was really odd. I don't know. Let me take a quick look and see. How did it look like on CNN when they started it? Let's see. Do I have it here? I have a recording here. Yeah, it's literally, you know, CNN too. I wasn't watching 10 channels at once, but I'm looking at the CNN recording. Like, they like were having a panel discussion and like they like literally had to quickly go to it because he was already talking. That's what happened to us. It was very weird. Like when it started, like it wasn't like it opens on him and then it slowly pans into him and then he starts talking. It just like cuts all of a sudden to him talking, which I actually thought was odd. Let me show it again. I would like to see it. I don't know. I'm assuming it was live and just being read. I don't know if it were pre-recorded. I don't know that it would have looked much different than it actually ended up looking. Blackbird says it was a weird transition, like the crew wasn't ready for him to speak. I don't know. Maybe they just like cut into it at a different time than they intended to or something. It just was not a clean thing. I'm going to play it again. Thanks, by the way, to Eamon O'Leary, who says, other versions had eye contact. Again, I was watching the official White House feed, and I was watching the CNN version, which I'm assuming is like most news networks use. It's not like they all have their own camera there. I assume CNN was using like the press pool. And I was watching CNN, and maybe the CNN version was he was looking a little more towards camera, but it was still off. It was still not looking towards camera on CNN. Because I was watching it multiple times. I was looking at it. And look, somebody said CBS was right at the camera. I'd have to see it, but that's a problem. If on one camera, on one channel, it's right at the camera, and on the other ones, including the official White House feed, it's not, that's a problem. I don't remember that being a big issue before in Oval Office addresses, that most of the cameras, they're not looking at the camera because there's too many cameras. Clutch says CBS was not at the camera. We're going to watch it again. Thanks, A Moment of Lovely, by the way. A Moment of Lovely says, on Australian TV, it was an instant cut-in and he spoke already, so we missed the beginning. That was strange. Thanks also to Cherry Cola. Cherry Cola thinks, with a speech of this important, don't be glued to a script. Agrajog thought nothing was wrong with his eye contact on NBC. Kodiak Jedi thought the NBC feed was more right at the camera. Did they have like 4 cameras in there? If so, why? I'm so confused. I probably can look at the NBC feed myself. I'm looking at the NBC feed right now. He's not looking into the camera. I'm looking at NBC News. I'm looking at a tweet they posted with the video, and he's looking up into the side. I can literally see it in front of me. Anyways, let's play it again. We're going to play it again right now. We're going to do a replay. Replay coming up. Replay coming up. I'm going to hit play and we'll replay it. Replay. Sorry. Here we go. Let's play. Is it? Hold. Do I have it queued up? Here it is. Here it is. Here it is right here. Let me just really quick. I'm going to play the whole thing, but let's just watch how it starts.
My fellow Americans.
It's just not. It's not really cleanly done. They should have cut to him earlier. Anyways, let's watch it.
My fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And to remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors, we're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we're fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back. Take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers. Earlier today, I spoke about an ongoing investigation. We do not know the motive of the shooter yet. We don't know his opinions or affiliations. We don't know whether he had help or support, or if he communicated with anyone else. Law enforcement professionals, as I speak, are investigating those questions. Tonight, I want to speak to what we do know. A former president was shot. An American citizen killed while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing. We cannot, we must not go down this road in America. We've traveled it before throughout our history. Violence has never been the answer. Whether it's with members of Congress of both parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or a brutal attack on the spouse of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, or information and intimidation on election officials, or the kidnapping plot against the sitting governor, or an attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There is no place in America for this kind of violence, or for any violence ever. Period. No exceptions. We can't allow this violence to be normalized. You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that. Yes, we have deeply felt strong disagreements. The stakes in this election are enormously high. I've said it many times that the choice in this election we make in this election is going to shape the future of America and the world for decades to come. I believe that with all my soul. I know that millions of my fellow Americans believe it as well. And some have a different view as to the direction our country should take. Disagreement is inevitable in American democracy. It's part of human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield, or God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate, to pursue justice, to make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. All of us now face the time of testing as the election approaches. And the higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become. This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, we must never descend into violence. The Republican convention will start tomorrow. I have no doubt they'll criticize my record and offer their own vision for this country. I'll be traveling this week making the case for our record and the vision, my vision of the country, our vision. I'll continue to speak out strongly for our democracy, stand up for our Constitution and the rule of law, to call for action at the ballot box, no violence on our streets. That's how democracy should work. We debate and disagree. We compare and contrast the character of the candidates, the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of a would-be assassin. You know, the path forward through competing visions of the campaign should always be resolved peacefully, not through acts of violence. You know, we're blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being. So tonight, I'm asking every American to recommit, to think about it. What's made America so special? Here in America, everyone must be treated with dignity and respect, and hate must have no safe harbor. Here in America, we need to get out of our silos, where we only listen to those with whom we agree, where misinformation is rampant, where foreign actors fan the flames of our division to shape the outcomes consistent with their interests, not ours. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of all goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this. You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion. So they created a democracy that gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over brute force. That's the American we must be. An American democracy where arguments are made in good faith. An American democracy where the rule of law is respected. An American democracy where decency, dignity, fair play aren't just quaint notions, but living, breathing realities. We owe that to those who come before us, to those who gave their lives for this country. We owe that to ourselves. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren. Look, let's never lose sight of who we are. Let's remember we are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
All right, so that was the replay. That was the replay. Basically saying he did not want people to be violent over politics and wanted to, settle it, discuss things non-violently. We'll take a few more comments here. I'll see if there's any more updates in the last few minutes too. You can give me a shout on X at Lookner. Hold on a second here. Some people are sending me some things. Roger Joden said people said the ABC feed had him looking directly into camera. Somebody sent me the feed from CBS, but he's not even looking into camera on that one. Our viewer, select your name here, says normal speech. I'm looking at the ABC feed. It looks like he's looking slightly off camera. Just looked at it. David Thompson writes in and says, the most common issue I've witnessed with teleprompters is that text size cannot be made large enough for talent to read. In that case, the prompter text would need to go into a secondary display. Cubat thought it was a mellow speech. Cubat thought it was not heartfelt. I mean, I don't doubt that he believes the stuff he says. He did not. So I will say this. I don't think anything was said that we weren't expecting, or at least that I wasn't expecting. So I was wondering that. Zinkman thought it was mechanical. And again, somebody else in the chat is saying it doesn't matter. I think it does matter. It matters in getting your message across. If you're trying to convince people to not be violent who might have very strong feelings, it's going to be a bit of an uphill climb to get your message across. And certainly the tone just felt very mechanical to me and very repetitive. Also, though, again, the Biden campaign is trying to convince people that, like, you know, he can do things off the cuff. You know, that he can campaign energetically and do things without reading from a script, unscripted events. So that certainly was not an unscripted event. Nicolette Parker says he's speaking to 340 million people. I know. I know he's speaking to a lot of people. I just think that, again, That's just my take. It seemed like a monotone red speech where he was looking off camera. That's what it was. I don't think that's particularly effective. Oh, someone asked if there's a post on Truth Social. 6 hours ago, Trump posted Unite America. He hasn't posted in response to this. We read the previous one. He said, based on yesterday's terrible events, I was going to delay my trip to Wisconsin and the Republican National Convention by 2 days, but I've just decided that I cannot allow a shooter or potential assassin to force change to my scheduling or anything else. Therefore, I will be leaving for Milwaukee as scheduled at 3:30 p.m. today. Thank you, DJT. In his posts since the incident, they have not been particularly political. Trump's posts. Certainly not the normal for his Truth Social feed. They've been more bipartisan, the few posts he's made. Now, I don't know if that's going to continue, but it's quite different. If you just scroll back, it's quite different. Jamie Rowland says, seems his tone has changed a tad. And we'll see. Linda is wondering if the speech was pre-recorded. I've seen nothing that it was pre-recorded. I mean, if I see it, I'll let you know. But I don't know that there was a huge difference between that and a pre-recorded speech anyway. S6 Axis thought it was a signaling speech, us versus them, more divided. Really? It seemed to me like he was trying to address the entire country. No? S6 Axis? No? Thanks, S6 Axis. Thanks also to Camus and PZ Papa Zulu and Real Life Outdoors. Real Life Outdoors says, this event is hard. It feels like we have moved into a whole different stage. No going back from this. Thanks, Matthew Bradford. Matthew said MSNBC had a different angle. I haven't seen the MSNBC angle. Oh, you're talking about the teleprompter? Senator, I didn't even see it. Are you meaning the window? I'm not going to focus on that anyway, but. Thanks, Jeffrey Smith, and also George Gomez. Appreciate it, George. And A Moment of Lovely. Why did the speech come so late? Well, he did speak. Remember, President Biden did speak last night and today, earlier. He spoke last night, and he spoke about 1:30 today. So this isn't the first time he spoke. It's the third time. I mean, they were pretty short, the ones he spoke last night and tonight, but he did speak both those times. Thanks, Idaho Star, for subscribing, by the way, our moderator. Also, Master Mick881 and Master Mike. Also, DeWolf's Den for your support. Well, guys, starting tomorrow, we're going to be covering live here. I have live video of the Republican convention, and we're going to be covering all the Republican convention here. I'm intending to cover the whole thing, and I believe it starts tomorrow at 1:45 Eastern time. I believe that's when it starts. It's when my footage starts, or when the event starts, according to Reuters. So I'm going to probably come on a little before that. Yeah, I'll probably come on around like 1:15 p.m. or something. Something like that. That's what I'm shooting for. But we're going to be covering it, be every night, and then tomorrow during the day, then at night. So we'll be here covering it. So I hope you join us. For the Republican convention this week. And if I have video, I'll cover the Democratic one too. Oh, I guess, by the way, some people send me some messages that fans reportedly rushed. Fans reportedly rushed the gate, breached the gates at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami for the Copa America final. Oh, and then Hard Rock Stadium posted, sorry, I just want to mention this. Hard Rock Stadium posted, in anticipation of tonight's Copa America final, thousands of fans without tickets attempted to forcibly enter the stadium, putting other fans, security, and law enforcement officers at extreme risk. Security has shut the gates in order to control the entry process at a much slower rate and ensure everyone is legally kept safe. As a result, tonight's match start time has been delayed until further notice to accommodate for ticketed fans to be able to safely enter the stadium. All fans without tickets must leave Hard Rock Stadium premises. It is paramount to a successful and, most importantly, a safe match. That's what's happening there. The Miami-Dade police posted, "We have had several incidents prior to the gates opening at Hard Rock Stadium for the Copa America final game. These incidents have been the result of the unruly behavior of fans trying to access the stadium. We are asking everyone to be patient and abide by the rules set by our officers and Hard Rock Stadium personnel." Wow. Sorry, I was just catching up on that. Let's see. Hang on a moment here. I'm also checking some of the comments people have sent me. Oh, hold on. Kelly Chandler sent me another video. What does this say? Video shows the shooter crawling into position. Hold on a second. What's this? Is this a new video? There might be a new video out. Hang on. Hang on. What am I looking at here? Hang on a moment. I'm looking at a video. I'll post the link to the video. I'm a little confused. It's kind of hard to see. It's kind of hard to see. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Hey guys, I'm gonna pass along a video that Moshe Schwartz posted, and Moshe said it shows the shooter crawling into position while folks point him out to law enforcement. I'll post this in a second. But it's like it goes on for a while. The guy's on the roof, and people are looking at him on the roof, crawling on the roof. Wow. Crazy. And they're saying he's on the roof. Crazy. All right, I'll post a link to the video. I reposted it on my X account, and I'll post a link to it here. Moshe Schwartz posted it. So it's like a 50-second video. In the entire video, the guy is on the roof, crawling on the roof, and people see him there, and you can hear Trump speaking in the background. And again, it's a 52-second video. And what's this one? I haven't even seen this one that Moshe posted too. He posted a different one. What is this? Hang on. Did you guys see that? I'll post the link again. Carmen says, wow. I just posted it again. But it's just like, it's a 52-second video, and he's not even firing yet. He's just crawling up there. So he was up there for so long. Look, a guy told BBC yesterday he was up there for several minutes. It's not like he jumped up there and started shooting. I mean, that's crazy that he was up there for that long. So good job, Moshe, finding that video. Chaz says, typical bystander situation. Everyone expects someone else to do something. Well, they probably expect the police to do something. Randy Marsh says, unbelievable how they let that guy be there for so long. "58 Music says that is wild." Yeah, I just saw that. That was he just posted it about 10 minutes ago. It's the first time I saw that video. I wouldn't be surprised if other videos come out too. Jay Rich says, I see no gun. Yeah, so look, there's reporting that the guy, like the guy clearly had a gun. The guy the BBC talked to said he clearly saw him bringing the gun up there. So I don't know, different people could probably see different things. But clearly in that video, you hear people are concerned and talking about it. Stasha says, I don't understand how the snipers didn't see him. Let me just see if I have any other updates about this to pass along to you. But we are again going to be covering tomorrow, the Republican convention. Oh, by the way, a little update about the people injured. So the New York Times said one of the two people who's seriously injured in the shooting is David Dutch, 57, and he is hospitalized with damage to his liver and broken ribs and awaiting another surgery. That's according to a member of his family. They say that one of the two injured people is hospitalized with damage to his liver and broken ribs and awaiting another surgery. That's terrible. Best wishes to him in his recovery. And they also talked to someone who knew the second victim, James Copenhaver, 74, who told the New York Times he didn't have more details about Copenhaver's condition, but he was optimistic about his prognosis. Jim's a healthy 74, he said. The Pennsylvania State Police said earlier today both victims are in stable condition, but that doesn't tell you whether, could be stable and good, stable and critical. So, but there's a little update there from the New York Times. Fox News says the rooftop where the shooter shot from was identified as a security vulnerability before the rally. Oh, it's an NBC News report. They're quoting an NBC News report. NBC News said that the Secret Service agency was aware of risks associated with that building, which is not surprising. A former Secret Service agent said someone should have been on the roof or securing the building so no one could get on the roof. Barry says, who was in charge of planning? The Secret Service has yet to speak publicly about this. They were not at the press conference last night, and today they had a press briefing, but it was all about the Republican convention, and they would not take questions on it. So the lead agency, the lead government agency responsible for security, they're in charge of security at this event. It is now the end of day 2. They literally have not spoken about it or addressed, aside from a few posts, on social media yesterday, basically, but have made no public appearance about talking about it and have taken no questions about it. Thanks, Jen Haneke, by the way, and Patty Nielsen. Steve Smith, thank you. Steve says, why 2 small speeches today? Couldn't he have said all of this boilerplate message in his morning speech? It's odd. Maybe maybe he thought it'd be helpful to be out there a couple different times. I'm not sure. It was a little longer, the evening one, than the original one, but I know what you're asking. Thanks, by the way, so much to Jose Muniz for your support. Yeah, no word on the VP pick. It's assumed it'll be sometime this week. I'm going to be covering the convention live. Maybe we'll catch it live. It was reported here that his van had explosives in it. Any truth to that? I've seen some different reports. I saw a report that said his car had explosive materials in it. I saw a report that he may have had a rudimentary explosive device, possibly. So it's not totally clear the deal with the explosives from the reports I've seen. I've seen some different things, and those weren't like made an official. There was no official announcement, I believe, about that. I don't think. I can tell you. Yeah, there's just some different. Wall Street Journal said authorities found explosive devices in the car. But, and WTAE said what appeared to be explosives were found in the car. One source told ABC they looked like grenades. However, officials are waiting on forensic results as to whether or not they were explosives. Fox News said sources told them that he had bomb-making materials at his home and explosives in his car. The sources could not say how many explosives or what kind, but emphasized more than one was found. So we don't, again, I'm seeing these kind of, these reports, but I'm just not sure about them. CBS News reported that the suspect had explosive materials, I think their report was. Officials found explosive materials in the vehicle. The Hill says bomb-making materials were found in the vehicle, according to AP. So we don't have a conclusive answer yet on that. One Way Street says in the new video, based on where Trump was in his speech in the background, it was almost 2 full minutes to the first shot fired. So what One Way Street is saying is if you listen to what Trump was saying, right? One Way Street, you're saying in that video I passed along earlier from Moshe Schwartz, showing the guy climbing up on the roof for almost a minute and no one doing anything, but people like shouting about it. You're saying, because at the end of the video, Trump is saying, he's saying we have people that should not be here, right? I'm going to look this up. Oh, that's the wrong video. I'm looking up our video from yesterday. Sorry. Why are you hearing stuff? Oh, it's I know what's happening. It's coming out of the speaker. It's all right. I don't know where the exact time code is. I was trying to time it out myself and find when he says we have people who should not be here. I'm going to try to figure it out and time it right. It's even weird watching the video now from yesterday. Sorry, I think I'm almost there. I might not be able to do this. I think that's it. Is that what it is? That was 150.57. Is that what he's talking about? Yep, that's it. Okay, so the end of the video, the end of that 52-second video where he's crawling on the roof and people are like talking about it and no one's doing anything about it. So if you go from that end of that video and you forward to when the gunshots happen, it's about a minute after that. It's about a minute after that. So that means he was up there at least 2 minutes, but more because in the video he's already up there. But that's a good point by Derek, by One Way Street, is that the video the Moshe Schwartz posted, the one of him crawling on, for 52 seconds on the roof, the shots didn't come until like a minute after that video. Like, you don't even see the shots in the video. So he was up there for a while. And he was already up there. I just posted the video again. But he was already up there when the video starts. People are already shouting about him. That's a good point, Derek. Thank you. Thanks to Bro as well for the time code. And Scott Gimble, thank you. Man, he was up there for a while. Have they said the caliber of the weapon? I haven't heard it. It was a rifle. I've heard AR style rifle, but I don't have the specifics on it. Biden basically called a 5.56. Is that what people said? Was it actually released? Let's see. New York Times says an AR-15 style rifle. CBS News says semi-automatic AR style rifle. All right. Guys, here's what I think I'm going to do. Here's what I think I'm going to do. It's so funny. I knew this would happen. I posted on my, I thought it was interesting. A couple of viewers wrote in and said, "Do you think Biden will pardon Trump?" And I thought to myself, that's an interesting idea. Who know? I probably, I would think it's a lot less likely than not. But I figured I'll just post about it as an interesting thought. So I post about it, on my X account. I just say an interesting idea a couple of viewers have had that Biden would pardon Trump. I'm not saying he should do it. I'm not saying he will do it. It's just an interesting idea to think about. And oh my gosh, people yelling at me and getting angry and calling me things. And I didn't say do it. I didn't say he's going to do it, and I didn't say he should do it. It's just an interesting idea to think about. But no, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the internet for you, says Zing Ding Ling. There's no distinction between just like bringing up something and like espousing it and supporting it. There's no subtlety. I knew it. I told you that was going to happen. Just that it was an interesting idea. That's all I said. That's all I said. Praise the Oak says, that right there is what's wrong with our political discourse. Yeah, BJ messaged this. Look, Faytuck's News posted yesterday that, I talked about this yesterday. Faytuck's News posted a picture where it showed a ladder next to the building, and Faytux thinks that the guy brought the ladder there because the ladder isn't on Google Maps. So maybe he brought a ladder with him. I don't know exactly how he got up on the roof. He might have brought a ladder with him. It's an interesting question. I don't know. I mean, obviously, if he had a ladder with him and brought it with him and propped it up, that would even be a more conspicuous thing. What is this here? One of our viewers sent me a video that this person who was apparently at the Copa America game, tactical manager, seems to show people climbing into the stadium through the vent. I'll post a link in the chat. Thanks to our viewer sending it to me, Craig Doherty. I just reposted it on my account, but it does look like the person who posted it, tactical. I think his name is Tactical Manager, but it does look like he is at the game because he posted other stuff from there. Southwest Oklahoma Sooner thought the CNN broadcast looked like he was looking straight at the camera. I think we saw a different broadcast. I mean, I don't know. I guess we just interpreted it differently, Southwest Oklahoma Sooner. I was looking at the CNN broadcast other times, and it did look to me like he was looking off camera. But maybe there were multiple cameras there. I don't know how many cameras there were there. Thank you for writing in. All right, guys, look, I think this is what we're going to do. We've been on the air all day covering this, and all day yesterday, and we're going to be on a lot of tomorrow covering the Republican convention. So what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to wrap up this live stream because I got to take a little break, and we're going to be covering stuff tomorrow. We're coming on during the day tomorrow. I think the convention starts around like 1:30 or something. So I think it's time for a break. I need a little break. We have been busy, and I want to cover stuff tomorrow and get a little rest before I do. So subscribe and follow the channel. We're going to have full live coverage of the Republican convention with live video. Day and night tomorrow, and then it goes the next 3 evenings. Okay? So I hope you can join us tomorrow. And I really appreciate you joining us today and bearing with me through all the craziness today. It was kind of a crazy day here. But I appreciate you bearing with me. And as I have said before, condolences go out to the family of the person who passed away, who we talked about earlier, and thoughts with those 2 people who were seriously injured. And hopefully Trump recovers quickly from his injury as well. And I will share it one more time, that GoFundMe posted that they have, there's an official GoFundMe for Butler, PA victims authorized by President Trump. GoFundMe themselves posted about this on social media. So if anybody is interested in that, just in case you're interested, I'll post the link to that again to let people know. April Coco says, I just pray for peace and unity. But I'm going to take a little break, and we got plenty more coverage coming tomorrow. If there's some huge news tonight, I'll come back on the air. Just need a little break. But again, I really, really appreciate you guys watching. And also, I really appreciate you guys letting me read your comments on the air. And thanks for sending me messages and links. And I know I can't get to all of them. I'm sorry if I don't get to your link that you sent or your update or your comment. But I really am grateful for all the comments and people trying to help out the coverage by sending stuff in. And a huge thanks to our moderators, because they're always here and they are the ones keeping the chat respectful and civil. I really, really appreciate our moderators. I want to give a shout out to them. Hang on one second here. Hang on a second here. Big thanks to our mods. Over there on Twitch, for example, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much for being there. They're the ones keeping the chat, again, civil. They're the reason we can have chat rooms. So if you like the chat, thank the mods, because it's due to them. So it's because of them we can have a chat. Cynthia Moon, Ruth Krafasi, Sarah55 over there on YouTube. Big thanks, big thanks. Can't thank you enough. Also, Linda Belk and Larry on X. And hopefully the X streaming will be back by tomorrow. There was a little bit of a thing there, but hopefully the X streaming will be back by tomorrow. And Facebook, Kay Lowry Potty has been there. Christina Neal, thank you so much for all of your modding. Everybody over there on Facebook. Are there people I'm missing? I hope not. But thank you. Thanks so much, Marty Hagwood, for your support, and Bro for your support. That's really nice of you. Bro and Marty Hagwood. That's generous, very generous of you, Marty. Thank you. And yeah, thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. I really, really appreciate that. That is how this channel stays on the air, your support. So huge thanks to you guys. And Jack's Animals, thanks for the bits. But huge thanks to you for supporting the channel. It is very much appreciated, and you are the ones who let me do the channel. So thank you. We will have, my plan is to have full coverage of the Republican convention coming up. Hang on one second here. So I might post some more stuff about the situation at the Copa America game in Miami. I made a couple posts about it, but again, people are posting stuff about people sneaking into the stadium. Crazy. It's a crazy scene there, it looks like, in Miami. What is this? Hold on. Anyways, I'll take a look at that after and maybe post some more stuff. Hey, sign up for notifications. We're gonna be covering all week the Republican convention. That is the plan. Sign up for notifications if you want to know when we go live with a live stream. We have a free notification system that works great. You sign up once, and you get sent a link. Get sent a notification every time we go live, which I think has a link on it. It's done through Discord. If you want to sign up for the notifications, the free notifications, the mods will post a link in the chat right now to sign up for it, and you can also find that link in the video description of this broadcast on YouTube and Facebook. And also, at the same link, if you want, you can check out our Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing that, going to our Discord and chatting with the other viewers. So check that out. Big thanks to our Discord viewers, Discord moderators too. And if anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be awesome. If anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, just ask the mods for more information on that. I want to say, a quick reminder: if you subscribe on YouTube and you want to get the YouTube notifications, you got to do this thing. It's kind of funky, where you click this bell. See this bell right here? You got to click the bell and then choose all notifications. That's for YouTube. Also, I do have a personal channel where sometimes I do non-news live streams. It's pretty chill. It's called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. You can check that out if you'd like. I also want to say thanks to our Twitch subscribers. Thanks Legion54 for your support. Thanks for your kind words and the bits, Legion54. Thanks to our subscribers on Twitch like Shaggy and Idaho Star and Wall Street and Wicked426, Mr. Bigley Hugely. Hang on a second here. Sarah, Jack's Animals. Thank you. Smelly Cat. Big Ball of Yarn, Cole K. Meister, Relila. Big thanks to all of our other subscribers on Twitch. Thank you. Our Facebook subscribers. Oh, Paul Anderson was modding too. Thanks, Paul. Jane Summers, thanks for subscribing. Eve Richards, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Billy Joe Drage, Robert Rial II. All of our subscribers over there on Facebook. Big thanks. And also all of our YouTube members like UV Lightning, Evelyn and Maine, Nini, Marissa Pugliese, Rochelle Watson, Crypto King, Red Squirrel, Gemini Rose, Marty Hagwood, PZ Papazulu, Rex Direct, Lucky Minute, Malta McMurchie, Barbs, UV Lightning, thank you, members, Gemini Rose, Storm Laughter, Infernal Machine, Nini, The One and Only, Joe, Samurai Conscious, Wessie's Corner Emporium, PZ Papa Zulu, Pamela Goodson, Pazzi Musica, Dr. McRib, History Underfoot, Linda Forsyth, Def, Jonathan Sharp, Pico Sepulveda, Rose Garvey, Red Squirrel, all of our other YouTube members, Joseph Whitlock, thank you. Eric Johnson, thank you. All right, guys, I got to take a break. Sorry, but I got to get a little rest because we're going to be busy this week covering the Republican convention and whatever else happens. You know, Biden is doing an interview that's going to air on NBC tomorrow night. So we'll probably be talking about that while we're covering the convention. All right. All right, guys. We are going to wrap this up right now. See something? Hang on a second here. All right, I am wrapping it up. Thank you again, everybody, for tuning in. If by some chance there's big news tonight, like really big unexpected news, we'll come on and do another live stream. But otherwise, we're going to get a little rest, and we will be back for tomorrow, the live coverage of the Republican convention. That is it for now. Thanks so much for watching. We will see you soon with more live coverage, live breaking news coverage right here. Oh, and I forgot one thing. Follow me on X for news updates. I didn't even say it. I'll post news updates on my X account at Lookner on X. And Agenda Free TV on X at Agenda Free TV. That is it. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.